When both my parents went to jail on drug charges, instead of being thrown into the system, my grandma agreed to take guardianship of me. And so at age 11, I was sent on a plane by myself to Twin Falls, Idaho, to live for a couple of months. Her house was a small 2-bedroom rambler. She hadn't finished cleaning the second bedroom, so the first couple of days, I was expected to sleep on the couch in the living room. This was not only a bummer, but her front windows were eye level with a relatively busy neighborhood street. She had a small grass front yard with a short chain-link fence to separate her property from the sidewalk, and even with the shades closed, I'd be paranoid about people seeing in. The first few nights, I heard noises coming from the attic. I tried to ignore them, hoping I was just scaring myself in this new environment. I hadn't yet become familiar with the creaks of this settling house, and every bump would make me pull the covers over my head and pray for sleep. One morning, I woke up to find my backpack of clothes had been dumped all over the floor. When my grandma woke up, I asked if she'd dumped out my bag. Walking over to look at the small pile of clothes on the ground, she jokingly suggested my Grandpa Franklin played a trick on me. But Grandpa Franklin had died near the end of last year. He was my grandma's brother. They were best of friends up until he passed. They'd purchased the house together when they retired. Grandma shakes her finger at the ceiling, saying, "You leave her alone, Frankie," then walks into the kitchen to make breakfast. That morning, I flat out ask her if she thinks Grandpa Franklin is haunting the house, or if she was just pulling my leg. She tells me that she thinks he visits often. Sometimes he plays little tricks on her, letting her know that he's still with her. This weird solace made my grandmother feel comfort, but it made me feel even more uncomfortable. I told her about the noises in the attic. She said she hears them too. Grandpa Franklin had a little art studio up there. Now, every week, Grandma climbs up the attic stairs, all to pick up the easels and paintings that were knocked over during the night. He hides her jewelry. Some items she's still not been able to find. Grandpa Franklin had a sense of humor that he'd taken to the afterlife, but I was assured he meant no harm. I tried to digest her information with breakfast that day and was secretly terrified for the sun to go down and my strict 9 p.m. bedtime to arrive. I woke up once in the middle of the night to use the restroom. I used to try not to drink anything after 7, so I didn't have to do this frantic dash in the dark. But Grandma had taken me to a movie earlier, and I'd filled myself up on popcorn and soda. I had to go. The house was completely dark, and I tried to navigate my way to the bathroom. When I get in the doorway and flip on the light, it illuminates the stretch of hall, and in the opposite direction, I see the wooden stairs of the attic. They've been unfolded and opened to the floor. I lock the bathroom door behind me and hopelessly think of a plan to help me get back to my couch bed, hidden under layers of blankets. When I'm done, I slowly open the door again, the light once more reflecting off the retracted stairs. When I turn the light off, my stomach reaches up to my throat, and I close my eyes while running back to the living room. Landing back onto the couch, I dig under the covers. Hyperventilating, I hesitate, pulling the covers over my head. My eyes are readjusting to the dark after the bathroom, and in the corner of the living room, the shape of a person begins to define itself, along with the counter and entertainment center they're standing next to, completely still. From what I can make out, it looks like they're facing my direction. This makes me dart my head under the covers, fully enclosing myself in my safety shell for the remaining hours of that night. The attic was closed again when I woke up in the morning, Again, I tell my grandma what happened. She empathizes by saying Grandpa Franklin's keeping an eye on his granddaughter, and he checks on her a lot too. But seeing that figure really shakes me up. Grandpa Franklin was a tall, portly man. What I saw didn't resemble his frame. Its build was smaller, much thinner than I remember my grandpa being. I start sleeping with an open pocket knife under my pillow. It was 3 inches and all I had to protect myself against an entity I'd convinced myself wasn't part of the family. It would be the early hours of Easter morning that I'd meet it again. Awoken by the sound of deep, labored breathing, sitting just outside my blanket wall. Exhales too heavy and too deep to be my grandma's. I slowly grabbed the pocket knife and prepared to swing. It sounds like they're directly above me. I count. 3, 2, 1. Then, while laying on my side, I pull the blanket down with one hand, and with the other, I quickly jab the pocket knife out into the dark. To my complete horror, I make contact with something solid. The impact makes a sickening thud, and I feel the blade forcefully pierce through a dense mass. Before I have a chance to scream, the figure lets out a loud holler, falling backwards through the coffee table near the couch. The crash alerts my grandma, and she's up in the living room with the lights on in a matter of seconds. In front of us, lying in the broken glass and wood of the table, is a man, writhing in agony. The pocket knife is embedded into his face, deep enough to stand on its own. The man had hit the back of his head on the corner of the entertainment center when he fell, and he began to convulse into seizures. My grandma calls the cops, and they show up with the paramedics within a few minutes, and they take the bleeding stranger out of my grandma's living room. So, we'd come to find out that a crackhead had actually broken into my grandma's house a few months ago, coming and going through the window in the attic. Turns out, Grandpa Franklin's paranormal trick of hiding jewelry was actually a crackhead, stealing and pawning my grandma's stuff at every pawn shop in Twin Falls. She was heartbroken. I don't know what was worse, the feeling of violation, or finding out all these little signs of hope that she'd been collecting were false. I'm grateful we were never hurt. I'm also grateful that I could be there for my grandma. She was depressed and lonely without Grandpa Franklin. I think the little bumps and knocks that she heard helped her feel less alone. But I can't imagine what it would have been like for her to find that man on her own. "12 years ago, I was 9 and home alone with my 12-year-old brother. We were supposed to go to our aunt's house to have lunch and wait for my mother. We got up at 10:30 and we were both brushing our teeth when someone started knocking on the door. The only people that came to our door were salesmen or Jehovah's Witnesses, so we just waited for them to go away. I waited a few minutes before looking outside to see if they were still there, and I was relieved to see they weren't. When we resumed getting ready, we saw a shadow pass by the bathroom window. We waited to see if it was just a bird, but then a hand hit the glass. We got scared, didn't know what to do, so my brother called the police. While it was ringing, there were more loud bangs at the door. Someone was trying to force it open. I don't know if they were kicking it or ramming it, but it was one of the most frightening sounds I've ever heard. We locked ourselves in the bathroom, and the intruder got the door open on the 5th bang. The police finally answered. My brother whispered that someone was robbing our house. There was a pause as they asked for our address, and he gave it to them. After a final pause, He let them know that we were locked in a bathroom, and that was it. While we waited, I sat against the wall, hugging my knees. It was one of the most nerve-wracking experiences of my life. We could hear the man rummaging through our stuff and stomping around. He even broke a few cups and plates. Then I heard the sound of my cell phone turning off and remembered I'd left it on the kitchen table. It was only a couple of minutes later when he tried to open the bathroom door. My brother grabbed a big metal rod and started kicking at the door. The man yelled, but we said nothing. My brother just kept kicking the door. I was about to have an anxiety attack. My chest was aching, and I had chills, but I was also really hot. I tried to stay calm, but it was just too much. When he stopped, we heard the door opening, followed by silence. We waited for almost 10 minutes before leaving the bathroom. The living room was a total mess. Kitchen cabinets were open. Our mother's nightstand and closet were open, and everything inside had been ransacked. It was the same in our rooms. It took that man 5 minutes to go through everything we owned. My brother called my mom, and she sent us to our aunt's house. When we got there, I was able to relax a little. Mom had told her what happened, and she was waiting for us with ice cream. Mom told her boss that she had a family emergency, and she came home early to clean while we were still at our aunt's. She wanted us to feel a little more relaxed, so we could move on easier. The police arrived after she got home, which was 4 hours after the incident. She explained everything, but nothing could be done due to lack of evidence. The man was never caught, and I doubt they even looked for him. Luckily, no one was hurt, and he only took useless stuff, but at the time, I was terrified. To a 9-year-old, an experience like that can have serious repercussions. Also, as it relates to the 4-hour police response, my house was located on the far side of the city, but most importantly, the police in my country sucked. Plenty of people have called the police and had to wait for hours. Nowadays, they arrive in a reasonable amount of time, but back then, it was a common issue. In fact, it was one of the reasons for the 2019 Chilean protests. Fortunately, things are getting better. Trust for the police is still fragile, but it's improving. When I was around 6 or 7, my mom would take me to a little park located near our apartment complex. It was a regular favorite for us to visit. One day we arrived, and on the other side of the play area was another mother-son team with an older woman sitting with them. I assumed it was the grandma. The boy was around my age, so I approached him and asked if he wanted to play tag. He agreed, and we chased each other back and forth across this big wooden play structure shaped like a pirate ship. When we got to this wooden bridge part, the boy got a bit rough with me. I tagged him because, name of the game, but he responded by pushing me off of the thing. It wasn't that high, but I wasn't very big. Admittedly, the first thing I did was look over at my mom. She was preoccupied reading her book. I hear the kid yell down at me that I'm it again. He says he tagged me. I slipped, so I was it again. Clearly this was cheating, but I was up for the challenge. I got up, started chasing him, caught up to him too. That's when he obliged by the rules and started to chase me. Only when he caught up to me, he didn't just tag me. He pushed me down, hard. I'd never had someone act this way before. My cousins definitely weren't assholes. And at school, this behavior got you on the fence, or worse, the office. He laughed a shitty laugh. Obviously didn't help me up and just sort of ran away. Still down in the wood chips, not giving chase to the kid, I hear the kind voice of a woman, the one I'd assumed was the grandmother. "My goodness, you all right, boy? Let me help you up." And so she did. "That boy there, he's quite rough, yeah?" I nodded in agreement. "Yeah, sure is. Rotten, that one," she said. Then she grabbed my hand, placing something inside of it, telling me, "You ought to teach that boy a lesson. Go on, use this on him. See if he ever pushes someone down again. Careful now, don't hurt yourself in the process. Do it like this." She takes what I recognize as a small razor blade from my hand, showing me the sharp side up. She hands it back to me, this time putting it in my fingers, and she smiles. Then she just walks away. I wonder what to do with this sharp object in my hand. I watch as the old woman just walks past the benches, onto a trail, out of sight, opposite direction of my apartment. The other boy starts to run towards me, and I don't want to hurt him by any means. Sure, he was rude, but I'm not going to make the kid bleed. I run over to my mom. I tell her everything best I can articulate. My only way of knowing that I maybe conveyed it correctly was her reaction wasn't dismissive. Next thing I remember is standing with my mom at a payphone. She was talking to the police, telling them everything, I assume. She sounded pissed. All I remember from there is thinking, what if that lady comes back? What if she has more razor blades? What if she finds me? Luckily, that never happened. I sort of lost interest in the park after that day. Or maybe my mom just never let me go back or wanted me there. Either way, it was no longer our favorite spot. People really do ruin everything. I've lived in Prior Lake, Minnesota for many years. I moved away from my old town after multiple break-in concerns. I was living in a neighborhood, and one night, I stayed up late playing Xbox with friends. One of my friends, Owen, saw someone standing outside, but I brushed it off because he was an overly paranoid guy. After a quick War Thunder battle, Owen pointed out the strange man again, and this time, I looked up to see someone with a wide smile, wearing a black hoodie and holding a knife. We panicked, shut off the Xbox, and ran to my room with the rest of our friends. What happened next made my heart sink into my stomach. We heard the front door open, and maniacal laughter echoed through the house. Xander was the brave one in our group. He volunteered to go downstairs and confront the intruder while I watched from the loft. He charged the man, knocked him out cold, dragged him out of the house. That's when we locked the doors and called the police. When the police arrived, we were surprised to see the intruder was still there. We assumed he'd be long gone. He was then arrested, placed in the back of a squad car. Overall, things could have been much worse. I'm very grateful to Xander and the police, but most of all, I just hope I never see the guy again. When a coworker of mine who we'll call Ari had died, I went to her funeral in Redding, California. We worked at the market down next to the post office on the Ave. The whole atmosphere of the funeral was kind of sad, which I guess is to be expected, but not only because Ari had died, but because not a lot of people had showed up. It was just me and a couple of other coworkers. For my story, I've changed her name to Ari because God rest her soul. I understand why only a few people came to pay their respects on her final resting day. Well, I'm surprised a couple of these people didn't spit on her casket as they were wheeling her down. To put it lightly, Ari was a mean old bitch. Example, a few members of the community church, two nice gentlemen, walk in and invite us to a Mother's Day dinner. They'd be hosting it that weekend. They hand Ari and I pamphlets with the event information. I said thank you. Ari took the paper and put her cigarette out on it. Then she puts the back of her hand up to her forehead with the devil horns up, saying, "Hex on you, hex on you," over and over, while laughing in between. I was so embarrassed standing next to her. The two men stood there for a long moment, watching Ari make a fool out of herself, before thanking us for our time and exiting. When they left, she just laughed and laughed. She had almost a senile old lady vibe about her, with clear intentions, if that makes sense. And she really liked to put hexes on people. She told me that she was a witch and had practiced black magic. Every time someone would piss her off, she'd throw up the devil horns and start hexing them. Men, women, children, she didn't care. If you pissed Ari off, you got hexed and hissed at. How did Ari not get fired? Well, her equally batshit crazy husband owned the market. I'd never met him in person. But Ari, she was there every day until closing. A girl who started a year after me was also at the funeral. We were all smoking a bowl outside the gates and sharing funny stories. This girl says she has one, but it's not very funny. The girl goes on to share that on her first night working with Ari, a cop had pulled in to grab something, asked if they had a bathroom that he could use. Ari slowly lifts her hand like she's gonna point, then quickly puts the devil sign in front of her forehead and starts hissing at him. The new girl had to point out the restrooms and then ring the officer up while they both tried to ignore her hissing and hexing him. When he returned to his patrol car, he pulled out onto Eureka. His car gets demolished by a semi going over the speed limit. The girl, Becca, tells Ari to call 911, runs out the doors towards the accident. The truck driver is unconscious behind the wheel. In front of his truck are trees, wooden telephone poles, and a moon-shaped cop cruiser. It was a gruesome sight, and the cop was visibly too far gone for any CPR to help. The truck driver is still alive, though, covered in blood and glass. Becca tries to shake him to wake him up, but he only groans. She can sense the passing of time and starts to wonder, why aren't the ambulance or any other response vehicles here yet? She decides she's got to get something to stop the bleeding, so she runs back to the market, gets some medical supplies from the shelves. When she gets back, she asks Ari how long is the ambulance going to be. She tells Becca that she never made the call. Becca starts freaking out, scrambles for the phone to make the call herself. After she hangs up, she runs back out to the accident, but by the time she's returned, the truckers died. Within minutes, ambulances and fire trucks arrive at the scene to help. I'm pretty shocked. This seemed crazy, even for Ari. I asked Becca why she came to the funeral. She said she wasn't even planning on coming, but she knew that I'd be there, hoping I could sell her some weed. The other two coworkers rode with Becca. I'm sure they just planned on smoking with her. Nobody was really at the funeral for Ari besides me. Ari was old and mean, but she'd also shown me some, if only a glimmer, of humor and kindness the longer we worked together. I don't know. She deserved to have no one at her funeral, but I think I'm really gonna miss her. When I was 6 or 7, my stepdad took my stepsister and me to Liberia. My mom was left back in the U.S. and sent us money to survive. My stepdad dumped us at his mother's house to live with his other family. I was alone in a foreign country, very scared. A man who claimed to be my uncle took me to his job. I was terrified and made sure to stay by his side. We were in a bustling crowd and we would have to wiggle around. At one point, my quote-unquote uncle grabbed my wrist painfully hard. It hurt so bad I began to whimper. I look up to ask him to stop. I realized that the man grabbing me was not my uncle. I proceeded to lose my shit and started screaming. My sudden screams loosened his grip and let me slip away. Nobody tended to me or even helped me find my uncle. After a good while, I finally found him. He was pissed, blamed me for not paying attention. Asshole. So here's a fascinating and horrifying story about my stepmom, Olga. When she was a young child, she was plagued with health issues. They prevented her from leaving the bed most of the days because she was too ill to stand for long periods of time. The sickness came on suddenly when she was in the middle of first grade. One day, Olga is an athletic, happy girl. The next morning, she's throwing up blood in her bed, running a fever of over 39 degrees Celsius. And all of this was happening at the worst stretch of time in her adolescence so far. Her parents were in the middle of a separation. When Olga saw her dad, it was either him sleeping on the couch or screaming and fighting in the kitchen with her mother, Ava. Then he'd be gone again for weeks at a time. At the young age of 24, Ava had taken on the responsibilities of a single mother, tending to a sick daughter alone. When Olga first went to the hospital, the doctors would originally diagnose her with acute ulcers due to the issues at home. They'd prescribe her a heartburn medication that never really fixed the problem. Olga said the intensity of her fevers would make her hallucinate to the point of seeing people walk around her room. She'd be sitting up in bed, wide awake, watching as the shadow in the darkest corner of her room bends and morphs into a human silhouette. Then that silhouette stepped out through its two-dimensional boundaries, becoming a three-dimensional being. Then they'd usually walk through the wall adjacent to Olga, passing by the foot of her bed. Olga tries to tell her mom about these vivid shadow people that she's been seeing appear in her room. But Ava's answer is to start diagnosing Olga herself with allergies and illnesses that she's read about in books and checked out at the library. By this point, Olga had stopped seeing her physician. None of the doctors that met with Olga could figure out what was wrong with her. A few times during this, Olga would have a break in her fever. She'd even have enough strength to get out of bed and walk around the house. Then, after dinner or the next morning, her fever would spike again. She'd be forced to take refuge in her bed for weeks. Olga's dad was a lawyer. Every couple of years, he'd uproot and move the family on a whim, taking a high-profile client and needing to be closer to them, or partnering up with a law firm until the relationship goes sour. Olga's never in one place too long growing up. The family had only recently moved into that house a month before Olga's dad had left. This place was a stark contrast to the other homes they'd lived in, though, located in a small town near Salem. Within the first week, Ava would begin expressing concerns that she thought she was being stalked by someone. Olga's dad ignored her claims, accusing her of lying to get attention. One particularly scary incident involved Ava running through their front door. Her face was bruised and she had a rope tangled around her neck. She was in hysterics as she told Olga and her dad about going to the market and getting attacked by two men. They came up from behind and grabbed Ava in the parking lot when she was putting away her groceries. They tried to pull her into their car, but she was able to cause enough of a scene and fight them off long enough for them to give up and run away. Ava didn't get a good description of them because they attacked her from behind. After a moment of silence, Olga remembers her dad scoffed and asked her mom if she'd gotten the 2% milk. He belittled her claims and insinuated that she'd done it to herself for attention. The ordeal had left Ava in a state of despair, while her partner continued his daily routines, emotionless to the family. Olga said that she'd never seen her father smile. He never laughed, never played or showed affection. Her scrapes and bruises weren't met with empathy. She was told that crying made her look weak. Eventually, Olga stopped crying. stopped trying to be heard because she knew no one was listening. Olga had been treated like a miniature adult and expected to act accordingly. That's why Olga chose not to talk to her mom about the waking nightmares she'd been experiencing on an almost nightly basis by that time. The entities appearing in her room began to speak. Most of it was in a garbled English, though some were in a different language. But all of them sounded like someone talking under the water while you're just above the surface. Random words could be understood, but most of the noise was too muddled for interpretation. None of these matte black figures that would cross through Olga's bedroom were the same. All of them different sizes and shapes, each with different speaking tones, and none of them would interact with Olga as they passed by the foot of her bed, except for one. A stout female entity with long hair flowing like smoke from a candle, but its direction going down instead of up. She stands at the end of Olga's bed. Her face is featureless, but Olga can feel that they're staring into each other's eyes. Olga can't believe what she's seeing, and she really has a moment to examine this shadow figure. Besides the hair becoming more translucent as it's parted and moved by her shoulders, the rest of her was pure, deep black. The light given off by Olga's side table lamp was absorbed by its skin instead of reflected. Then it spoke to Olga. The sound was so close, she didn't know if it was in her head or if it had been audible on the outside. Though a submerged tone, Olga believed it said, "You feed the flowers." To stop herself from screaming, Olga kept her hands cupped tightly around her mouth. She did that the whole time this entity was interacting with her, all the way until it stepped back from her bed and back through the wall. For days, Olga would think about those words, what they could have meant. Then, one sunny afternoon, the mailman brings a vase filled with beautiful daffodils. It was addressed to Olga. Her first grade class had gotten her a bouquet of flowers, along with a get well soon card signed by all of her classmates. Eva brought it into Olga's room, put it on the table beside her. When she left, Olga laughed at herself when a tear escaped from her eye. More tears would follow as she smelled the sweet fragrance of her flowers and read through all the little notes her friends had wrote on the edges of her card. Later that night, Eva prepares Olga's dinner, places it on a TV tray in front of her. Olga often struggled to keep food down, so her eating habits mostly consisted of picking through little bites of food, taking small sips of water, rarely able to finish what was on her plate. Her mom would make her finish the glass of water, though. Eva insisted it be gone by the time she came to retrieve the dishes. This night was like the rest. Olga would choke down a portion of her meal and then decided she was done. Olga set the TV tray on the floor next to her bed, but before she got fully back under her blankets, she saw her glass of water sitting on the tray that she barely drank. Olga was already feeling a bit nauseous, didn't want to place any more substances in her body. Instead, Olga grabs the glass. She dumps it into the egg-shaped vase of flowers from her class, and then goes to bed. The next morning, when Olga wakes up, she finds her flowers have wilted and died. Almost instantly, this makes her recall the shadow woman, what she'd said. Seeing the flowers are now dead, it scares Olga enough to make her stop drinking the water her mom would bring with every meal. She became so dehydrated, she had to crawl from her bed to the bathroom in her room just to get a drink from the faucet while her mom was asleep. When her mom would bring her the water, she would later pour it off the opposite side of her bed, next to the wall. It would eventually start to mold the carpet and smell, but not before Olga had already been doing this for over a week. In this time, Olga found that she was less fatigued and tired. She would keep her slight health improvement a secret from Eva, using her new sense of energy to quietly explore the house when her mom would go to sleep. Olga was also having to deal with an increase in appetite, so she would sneak into the kitchen, eat the leftovers that were thrown away that night. On one of these excursions to the kitchen, Olga notices a small box on the counter. It was tipped over and some of its contents had spilled out in front of it. Its mess frozen on display and left to clean up in the morning. Olga walks over to see what had spilled. At first, she's inspecting the small mound of thick white powder. Thinking it's baking soda, she puts her finger in it. The texture is softer than baking soda, possibly flour or powdered sugar. Olga also remembers finding a small amount of this substance on the rim of a water glass that her mom had brought to her. Ava told Olga that it was powdered dish soap from the dishwasher. Olga, being a child and curious to find an answer to her new little mystery, was about to put her finger in her mouth to taste it when her eyes just so happened to glance over at an eye-catching red and white logo on the box. Below the name was an image of a white rat, over it a red X. Olga knew that anything with a big red X should probably be avoided, so she quickly wiped the powder off of her fingers onto her pajamas. Olga initially got scared, thought that she'd put her hand in rat poison, but she'd never seen a rat in the house, and the box said tracking powder. Olga left it as it was, ate her snack, and went to bed. The next day, while her mom was at the store, Olga calls the only number she can remember, which is her Uncle Victor. He's surprised to hear her voice, and he listens to her tell him about the water. When she's finished, Victor tells Olga he's on his way over. Olga sits on the living room couch, watches out the window for Victor. He lives in an apartment complex 2 neighborhoods down. But before she sees his truck, Olga sees Ava's car turn into the driveway. Olga leaps from the couch. She's about to turn and run to her bedroom when she sees Victor's truck come flying in, pulling directly behind Ava's car. Ava gets out of her car, startled as Victor jumps from his truck and starts yelling at her in Russian. Ava starts yelling back. This is the angriest Olga has ever seen Victor. He was frothing at the mouth while he was yelling. Then, Victor pushes Ava to the gravel, starts walking towards the front door. He sees Olga in the window and tells her to unlock the door. She's petrified with fear but runs to unlock the deadbolt. Victor kicks open the door and yells at Olga to get in the truck. He then walks back into the bedroom, opens her closet door, and with one bear hug grasp, manages to get all of Olga's clothes in between his interlocking arms. Then he turns, pushes Olga in front of him. He's guiding her with his hips down a path towards his truck. When they got into the driveway, Ava started screaming at Olga not to get into Victor's truck, and that she'd call the police. Victor tells Olga to keep walking, starts cussing at Ava in Russian and English, calling her insane, saying that he'd be calling the cops when he and Olga got back to his apartment. Victor threw Olga's clothes in the bed of his truck, then lifted Olga with one arm, opening the passenger door with the other, throwing her in. Victor slams her door, then walks around to his side and they kick up gravel, leaving marks on the driveway as they back out of it and onto the road. The short ride to Victor's home is silent. When they get to his apartment, they leave Olga's clothes in the truck, walk right inside. Victor gets on the phone with the police. Olga sits in the living room and listens to him tell the police that his sister's been poisoning his niece. Victor tells the cops that his sister has always had problems, but she never got help. He never thought that she'd do something like this. As Victor sat on the couch next to Olga, she saw him cry. Then Olga cried. Ava had been lacing Olga's water with rat poison and other drugs to keep her sick. After Olga's dad left, Ava's abandonment crisis and other underlying mental health warnings manifested into an unhealthy obsession to feel needed. Olga's sickness gave her the purpose she was so desperate for. It was the assurance she needed that Olga could never leave her. My stepmom ended up living with her Uncle Victor until she met my sad divorced single dad at a baseball game in their early 20s. She fell in love with his wackiness and the little nugget he had with him. And we've been a happy family ever since. Needless to say, I've never met Grandma Ava. Back in 1986, I'm a 19-year-old female walking home after just finishing my shift at Denny's. I didn't have a car, but I didn't live too far from the restaurant, so unless a coworker gave me a lift, I was walking. I was definitely feeling tired and beat, so I welcomed the headlights piercing through the fog as I made my way home. There's a portion of this walk that's a bit more isolated. Some of it takes you through dark alleyways. Even on a normal night, it offers a bit of an unsettling ambiance. However, on this night, that bad feeling only continued to grow. I felt it even before I saw them. In the distance, a figure emerged, rather tall, with large, puffy hair, a clown-like silhouette. As they stepped a bit more into the streetlight, it was obvious their face was painted, resembling some sort of ghastly white mask. His clothes were tattered, torn, yet the color was a vibrant hue of blue, possibly orange or red. I noticed all these details. Since he'd emerged into the light, he hadn't moved, just stood there, silently and still. It was only a matter of seconds before I felt a huge sense of dread. What was he doing? I'm not sure what to do in this situation other than turn around and take a slightly different route. It would add some serious time to my walk, but at least I wouldn't have to pass this guy. It's the 80s. A cell phone wasn't even a thought for me. I knew running away was my best chance to get out of this oddly terrifying situation. The moment I turned my back, I felt horrified. What if he's running now, after me? The air grew colder, but I refused to turn around, only picking up my steps even quicker than before. But I heard other steps too, the shuffling of larger footsteps carrying a larger form than my own. The dread in my chest made it hard to breathe as I ran. All I could think about was if the man caught up to me, I wouldn't even stand a chance. He stood at least a foot taller than me. I had no weapon, no self-defense training. Never needed it before. I quickened my pace, each step a bit more desperate and exhausted than the last. I darted through narrow alleyways, my heart practically beating out of my chest cavity. I kept trying to find more light. Finally, I'd made it to where I could see my work again. That's when I finally looked back. At first, nothing. But then, like some sort of nightmare, I hear those heavy footsteps, and the clown man is suddenly in view again. He sees me, locks eyes menacingly, and immediately starts running at me, closing in with each stride. I couldn't believe this was happening to me. With a pounding heart and adrenaline's rush, I stumbled into my work, a sanctuary, if you will. From inside the restaurant, I panted, seeking relief and fighting to get the words out as my eyes remained glued on the last spot I'd seen the clown. A coworker, a classic tough guy, said that he could see the man. He goes outside and walks towards a shadowy figure in the parking lot across the street. Another coworker calls 911. Before our coworker reaches the parking lot, the clown man removes something from his suit. A knife. It's not a small one either. We can all see it. My coworker stops in his tracks. We assume that he's assessing the situation. That's when he turns around, running back into the restaurant. After telling everyone what had happened for the millionth time, a coworker finally gave me a ride home so I could sleep off the whole ordeal. From then on, I was always sure to have a ride, especially at night, even if it meant staying late or getting up early. Hell, sometimes both. Anything beats getting chased down by a lunatic. That's someone I'm happy to never meet again. My mom and I live alone in a very safe neighborhood. There's only been 2 people who have died here and only 1 murder, which happened in 2009. This event happened in September 2022, and I was home alone. It was maybe 7 or 8 at night, so it was moderately dark, but still light enough to see without a flashlight. Keep in mind, I already had suspected that someone had been stalking us before this incident. I was doing my laundry, and our dryer is out in the shed. I just walked down the stairs to the back door when I felt someone or something was watching me, either from behind the chicken coop or in the crawl space. I tried to call my best friend, but she wouldn't answer, so I just told myself there wasn't anything to worry about. I put the clothes in the dryer, was almost halfway back to the house when I heard this evil laugh. Like a psychotic clown and a monkey mixed. I was frozen in fear and realized it was coming from behind my chicken coop. I ran inside on the verge of tears when I called my brother. He didn't pick up, so I called my mom. She told me to call the police, but I was scared if they didn't find anything, I'd get in trouble. I looked out the window. I saw my dog going in circles, and then he ran behind the chicken coop, exactly where I'd heard the noise. My brother got home a few minutes later. He could see the fear in my eyes. He grabbed his gun, searched the entire property in pitch dark. It's now March, and a few days ago I was making a video for fun, and I went out by my window. I saw a path leading from under the porch to my window, as if someone had been standing there. Things have also gone missing in our house before. Shoes, clothes, makeup, food. We've also found things around our property like needles, dolls with 1 leg, and even hair with what looked like a piece of scalp on it. And I've smelled some really weird smells near the woods. The lock on the door to the crawl space has opened and closed, even though nobody goes down there, unless they have to. There's bed sheets covering a hole to see inside, and I'm too scared to look inside, because just days before they were put there, we all smelled something that smelled like death. I know this seems bad, but I hope it's just a rat or something, because the thought of a body under my house is shuddering. We've found multiple abandoned TVs, baby stuff like toys, bottles, cribs, high chairs. We've even found, like I said earlier, needles with a clear, thick substance in it. And the dolls and children's toys with the 1 leg. Should I tell the police, or is this just paranoia? So this happened when my sister and I were kids, and we went hiking in the woods in our backyard in North Carolina. We only had a few neighbors around us, and our house was surrounded by woods. It was a Saturday afternoon during the summer, and my sister and I decided to go hiking alone, like we did quite frequently. We were both under the age of 8, but our parents let us go hiking alone. We loved exploring the forest and discovering new places. As we made our way through the woods, everything was fine at first. When we went to our favorite place where we usually hung out, something didn't feel quite right. I felt an uncomfortable feeling, like something was going to happen. I looked around at my surroundings, and I didn't see anything or anyone. My sister and I continued walking through the woods until suddenly we heard leaves crunching behind us, so we turned around to see what it was. There was nothing there, so we thought it was just an animal. As we started hiking again, we heard the leaves crunching, and as we turned around, we saw someone run and hide behind a tree. We could see their shadow coming from behind the tree, and it looked like a person. It was definitely not an animal. We both looked at each other and felt paralyzed by fear. We started freaking out and thought this person was going to kidnap us. I grabbed my sister's hand and told her to run. We ran as fast as we could back home. Once we made it home, we ran inside and told our parents. Our parents became worried and told us next time we go hiking, don't go too far from the house anymore. I don't know who was following us, but it still freaks me out to this day. I don't know what they would have done to us if we hadn't run away. So about a month back, I posted my experiences walking in the evening, where I was harassed by a kid on a bicycle and ran into a lady wanting me to go get her formula for her baby. Thankfully, I had no problem with the lady. I haven't seen her since. The boy, though. I appear to have made quite an impression on him. After the initial incident, for context, he rode his bike in circles around me, popping on the sidewalk behind me in an attempt to rattle me, then shouted, "Yeah, you better run," when I finally crossed the street into a busy downtown. I didn't see anything of this kid or his absent friend for the better part of a month, or rather, I don't remember seeing him. He might have been in that same parking lot, but never bothered me. Never occurred to me to pay attention to him. That changed 2 days ago. I was almost done with my evening walk, talking to somebody on the phone as I often do, just to give me something to do while I'm circling the neighborhood. I turn down a street that intersects near where I live, preparing to turn onto my street and go eat some dinner. It's then that I hear the sound coming up from behind me. Bicycle wheels. As I'm walking and talking, this kid, the same one as before, rides his bike up on me on the other side of the street and starts hurling insults, most of which I don't hear. The only one that I do consciously remember being able to decipher was a baffling, "Why are you on the phone?" "Because I've got a social life, guy. What business is it of yours?" As is my wont in those situations, I do my due diligence to ignore the child, assuming that engaging with him in any way is only going to lead to more harassment, as he realizes he's going to get a rise out of me. The kid keeps up this barrage of nonstop motor-mouthing unintelligible insults until he finally turns and starts pedaling back, either because he'd grown tired of trying to get a rise out of somebody that he couldn't, or because I'd crossed and was out of his hunting grounds. I went in, laughed it off, and didn't think much of it. He was annoying, but other than trying to ram me with his bicycle, he seemed harmless. He was just a kid who thought he owned the world because of his age. Again, seemed perfectly harmless. Yesterday goes by without incident, no sight of him, and I managed to walk in peace. Tonight, that almost all changed. I went on my normal walk as per usual, having to amend my path as I have sometimes to avoid large crowds of people and open tables on the road. I'm not the biggest people person in the whole wide world. Crowds of any size tend to unnerve me. I've circled back and started walking by the parking lot, the one that the kid with the bicycle is usually in. No bicycle this time. Nope, just a kid. I'm walking on the sidewalk, aware of this young teenager to my left, keeping an eye on him. I don't trust him. I don't know what he might do if provoked. Almost absently, my eyes wander to the sidewalk in front of me, just to make sure I'm not about to run into a tree or something. My heart drops to my shoes when I see it. The kid has a friend with him, a friend who's currently standing facing me on the far end of the sidewalk that I'm walking down. He's eyeing me, arms crossed. And though I'm not sure, I'm pretty certain he's got a bat in his hands. Momentarily, I consider just walking up to and slipping past this kid, just to see what he'll do. I can be stubborn at times, particularly if I feel like someone's trying to do something to me. Thankfully, logic and safety won out on this one. I quickly slipped off the sidewalk, still walking ahead, but through the grass, keeping an interspersed line of trees between me and the would-be assailants. The first boy, the one in the parking lot, starts walking the same way I am, adjacent to me, matching, step by step. I finally make my way past the boy with the bat, and then turn, going my normal route again. Glancing back, I see both boys eyeing me. watching me as I leave. I don't have any more incidents for the rest of my walk, but I keep my head on a swivel, just in case one of them decides to follow me, especially the one with the bat. So, kid on a bicycle, and your friend, who I hope to never meet again, let's not meet again, ever again. So this isn't my personal story. It's from my friend Jackson. We've been friends for 17 years, and in all that time, there's only one incident scarred in his memory. Years ago, we were on a camping trip with his family. It was the summer of 2008. We were relaxing on the way to our campsite. We arrived in a small town and decided to set up camp in their woods. Jackson's mom made dinner, and afterwards, we watched other camping videos. We made marshmallows, and we just all around had a fun time. Then, at roughly 8:30, we went to bed. And this is where we need to shift to Jackson's perspective. At around 1 a.m., he woke up, not knowing why, but since he was up, he decided to take a walk. It was around 5 minutes later when he heard something. He hadn't noticed it before, but there was a faint noise, a thump, drag, thump. Jackson, being the cocky shit that he is, muttered, "Assholes, don't know how to keep it down." He assumed it was a drunk, just taking long, exaggerated steps, but it stayed at the same volume. And then he got curious and walked towards the noise, hiding behind a bush when he got close enough. What he saw scared him so badly, he forgot to scream, and that's what saved him. A man was attempting to stick multiple dismembered body parts to a tree. He had a bag full of axes. That's what Jackson was hearing. The thump was the sound of the axe being used to stick a body to a tree, and the drag was from the man moving to the next tree. Then, the man looked directly at my friend, and Jackson ran. He somehow managed to lose the man, but he realized he was also lost. Switching to my perspective, I woke up hours later and I saw that Jackson was gone. I woke his parents and we eventually found him, but his clothes were torn, his eyes were baggy, and he was clearly in shock. We took him to the hospital and he began having nightmares. Every night, he'd wake up screaming, "Don't kill me, please." When he finally calmed down, he told me the story, and I believed him. I knew that he wouldn't lie to me. Now it's 14 years later. We're still good friends. This incident was never forgotten, only ignored, but I wanted to get it off my chest. Yesterday, I spent my entire day at work reading other people's stories, and now I want to share mine. My best friend Marie and I were 12. Her family had a campsite at a provincial park 2 hours away from our hometown. They spent each summer in a camper out there, and this summer I was able to spend a week with them. On my last night there, we hurried to the ice cream shop before it closed. It was early evening, and we were just starting to lose light. The path was down a short slope, with 10 feet of thick brush between it and the road. On the other side of our path was the forest. We walked along, not seeing anyone else. We hear a sudden rustling and snapping of branches, similar to the sound of maybe a deer moving through the woods. I wouldn't have thought anything of it, but then the sound of running footsteps follows. Marie glances back and suddenly grabs my arm, urging me under her breath not to look back. At the same time, the running stops. I don't know why I didn't ignore her and just look for myself. I guess I could sense the very real fear in her voice and chose to listen. We both start to panic, getting that feeling like you're running up the stairs after turning off the basement light. We pick up speed as much as we can without breaking into a sprint, knowing that the ice cream shop is only about a minute walk from this point. The path soon breaks, and we're in the parking lot. Suddenly, Marie steers me hard to the left, heading toward the lake and the boat rental, instead of continuing straight to the ice cream shop, and I go along with it, silently, understanding ice cream is no longer an interest right now. Marie is clearly panicking at this point. We're both looking around, but it seems that whatever scared her is nowhere in sight at this point. Marie walks up to the boat rental and gets us a kayak. We climb in and we begin to paddle out into the middle of the lake. As we paddle, she tells me there was a man behind us, and that the man had stopped running at us very abruptly upon making eye contact with her. He'd been wearing a long black coat with a hood up, despite it being the middle of July. He had a terrible smirk on his face, and she swore that as he stopped running, she saw him put something shiny away into his coat. He appears to have just emerged out of the bushes after we walked past, given the sound we heard right before he came running onto the path. We reach the center of the lake and stop paddling. I pull out my Nokia brick phone that my parents, thank God, had given me just in case. I hand it to Marie and tell her to call her parents to come pick us up. As the phone rings, I see her look out past me to the shore and go pale. Lifting a hand to point to what she's seeing, I turn, and there was the man, stalking his way around the path that circled the edge of the lake, staring out at us. We sat in the middle of the lake and watched him do 2 full laps, never looking away from us, before finally disappearing. It took a few tries to get a hold of her family. We were freaking out so bad the whole time as the sun got lower and lower. We did manage to have someone come with the truck, but by the time we reached the shore, it was pretty dark outside. I don't know what we would have done if we hadn't been able to call for a ride. Looking back, I don't know why we didn't just go to the ice cream shop, inform an adult there, and ask her parents to come get us then. But it worked out. We got back safe, and we thankfully never saw the man again. When I was about 5 and my sister was about 3, we were staying at a Motel 6 that had an outdoor pool. My sister and I were playing in it with our mom. My dad was and still is a preacher, and he was busy at one of the tables outside working on a sermon. A man at the pool noticed the Bible and used it as an opportunity to ask my dad for counsel. My dad said that he would be happy to sit and talk with him. Not too long before that, my mom was getting my sister and I out of the pool and was going to take us up to the room to get us bathed and cleaned up for dinner. The man was like, "Well, I'm not comfortable talking out here. Let's go to your room." My dad said, "Sorry, but no, that's not an option." The guy was like, "You're a pastor. It's your responsibility to make me feel at ease so that I can do some real healing." My dad said again, "Not possible, but I can meet you at the cafe, buy you a cup of coffee. We can have a good talk." The man started getting frustrated and pushy, saying that the only way he was comfortable talking was in my dad's room. My dad said, "Sorry, good luck to you. It's not going to happen." Eventually, the guy gave up and left, but my dad said that he was pretty sure that the man was trying to get into our room to do bad things to our family. We ended up leaving shortly after that. I'd just moved into my first college apartment after a miserable year in the dorms. It was within walking distance of campus, and it came with an air conditioner that refused to work. It wouldn't stop leaking, and the night I moved in, it didn't run at all, which was absolutely awful in mid-August. I spent most of that night awake, chugging cold drinks, or sleeping fitfully, sweating buckets. In the morning, I stood in a cold shower for 30 minutes before going out to learn my way around for the new semester. There's a shortcut that shaves a couple of minutes off my walk, but I wasn't sure where it was. I decided to go the normal way to the parking lot instead of spending an hour looking for it. I headed in the general direction I knew to go, but I wasn't sure of which street to go down. Turning right, I began heading towards downtown, and that's when I heard a metallic tap, tap, tap sound. Glancing over my shoulder, I immediately saw the source. It was an old, filthy, homeless man, dressed in brown clothes with long gray hair and a beard. He was holding a white cane. Feeling slightly spooked, but not thinking much of it, I continued walking. There's a healthy number of homeless people in my city. I intentionally missed the actual turn for campus, figuring he would eventually turn off and go a different way, but he didn't, and the tapping continued. I ended up going off the sidewalk and across a gravel path, heading further downtown, hoping he'd move on. Instead, he kept walking. He never sped up or slowed down. He just kept following me with that incessant tapping. When I recognized where I was, I turned to head towards campus. I could see it growing closer in the distance. That's when I noticed the tapping had disappeared. But there was barely a moment of relief. I heard it again, and I glanced over to see that he'd taken a shortcut and was now almost even to me, moving diagonally. I sped up and called my mother, thinking 911 wouldn't take me seriously. I was crying and overwhelmed as this man continued to follow me. Full of desperation, I ran across the road, thinking I'd finally lose him. But as I glanced back, I saw him crossing the road too. I was almost sprinting, but he continued to follow me at the same pace. Ahead of me, I saw a band practicing. I hoped that he wouldn't want to walk in front of a whole trumpet line, but I was wrong. When I finally made it to campus, I continued sprinting until I could look back long enough to confirm he was gone. It seems he didn't want to go into the college. After having a little cry, I wandered into the game room before heading home. This was several months ago, and also my first time living alone, so I guess it's possible I'm blowing things out of proportion, but there were times when I felt like they didn't need to keep following me, or that they didn't need to re-follow me. Either way, I've never ran into them since, but I only take the shortcut now. When I was 8 years old, I had a rather unsettling experience with 2 adults in my apartment complex. Sounds silly maybe, but it definitely wasn't. This was during the days of selling Cease candy bars for my school's fundraiser. Normally, my mom would take me around the neighborhoods, just a little further from town, and we'd hit several houses of what would end up being some pretty generous people. One week, she couldn't do that with me due to working late, so I ended up making the rounds in our apartment complex with a friend from class who also lived there, Alex. Alex and I split up, and I was working the ground level of an apartment building while he worked the ground level of another across the way. I had probably done 3 doors, no answer, before I reached the door of an older woman. Younger than my grandma, but older than my mom, best way I can describe her. She had this sort of dirty bleached hair, almost orange but darker at the scalp. She looked and smelled like a smoker, which I recognized from my own grandma. The woman asks me what I'm selling, so I tell her chocolate candy bars. I go into my whole spiel. As I'm finishing, someone else joins behind her in the doorway. He's an older man. I could swear that I'd seen him before, but I couldn't immediately place him. He was big and bald. I guess he looked kind of generic. but he was enthusiastic about the chocolate bars, telling the woman with orange hair that they gotta get some, lots of them. He wants to know how much for the whole box. I was amazed. No one had ever asked that before. Maybe 10 at the most, which I remembered was $25, but I had double that in the box, maybe more. As I worked out the math in my head, they asked if I would have change for 100. Feeling like my lucky day, I told them I sure did. That's when they opened the door a bit more, showing me the inside of their smoky and, in my mind, messy apartment. The woman walked in a way that she was now behind the man. He was looking down at me for a moment before he said, "Okay, kiddo, you come on in, we'll get you that money, you get us some change and some chocolate. Sound good?" I almost just walked right in, but I hesitated for a moment, and that's when the woman said she couldn't wait to try the candy bars. She grabbed something from her pocket. It was $5. She asked if she could just have one while we figured out the cost of the box, and then quickly followed it up with asking if I liked dogs. I did like dogs. She then said I could definitely meet their new dog if I just came inside. I was starting to feel overwhelmed by her questions, so I started by setting my things down to grab the chocolate bar. When I looked up, they were no longer right in the doorway. They'd moved back a bit, now standing inside their apartment, but the woman held out the $5 for me to take. As I reached for the money, she held onto my wrist instead of taking the candy bar. I sort of panicked and asked why she was doing that. Instead of answering me, she just used her other arm to grab me, pulled me close to her, but facing away from her, and covering my mouth with her other hand. This had never happened to me, obviously, and before she even put her hand over my mouth, I hadn't thought to scream. Now, I was screaming, muffled, but I was trying. That's when the man came out, grabs my backpack, takes it inside the apartment and out of view. I'm still squirming, trying to scream, but she's not letting up. So I start kicking backwards, making contact with her shins. She almost lets me go, but instead reaffirms her grip, now trying to pull me further into the apartment. I'm assuming the worst. These people are going to kill me. That's when I doubled down, alternating between becoming dead weight to try to escape the grip that she had, but also one arm partially free. I use that elbow to drive it into her side as much as I can. I keep one foot rooted on the ground, driving the other as hard as I can backwards, kicking shin, ankle, stomping her foot. Finally, one blow causes her to release her grip. I drop down slightly, and the moment I hit the ground, I start to run. I also start to scream again. She's literally chasing me for a moment. But I hear the guy scream at her to forget about it. I hear something get thrown, but I don't dare turn back. I just run to the building where my friend was. He's still on the bottom floor, talking to someone, as I'm running at him like a wild man. I guess maybe I was crying by then because the woman talking to us had ran to grab tissues and her house phone. Eventually, I calmed down enough to tell them both what's happened, and the woman's already on the phone with the police. My friend runs home to get his mom. By that time, the police are there, so I tell everyone the story at the same time. It was when I pointed to the apartment. My friend reminds me and tells the police the woman living in that apartment has orange hair. The man was large and bald, and he worked as a maintenance man in the apartments. That's where I knew him from. I ended up getting my backpack back, my candy too. The money was full-blown missing. I assumed that's what they took from it, and threw the rest once they had what they needed. Well, they got arrested. Me, my friend, and my friend's mom all watched it happen from their apartment window. My mom, naturally, was pissed. She was calling the couple all sorts of names, telling the police they better keep those pedos locked up. I didn't even know what that meant at the time. I wasn't allowed to do those door-to-door things anymore. In fact, I don't think they do them anymore at all. This was over 14 years ago, so I have no idea. But in my opinion, that shit's super not safe. But on a positive note, I did end up getting the money back. I never had to see that maintenance man ever again, or that woman. Pretty sure he got his ass fired and evicted. Hope it was worth the $186 they had to give back. Creeps. When I was 7 years old, I lived in a relatively small town with people who were either older or younger than myself. There was also a very mean woman named Halia who constantly yelled at children. One November night, I suddenly woke up to the sound of my front door opening. My heart began to race. I knew I had locked the door before bed. Back then, I didn't know it was possible to pick a lock. Next, I heard two people talking. I couldn't tell what was being said, so I walked out of the bedroom and looked down the stairs. I could hear the conversation more clearly. They were saying things like how pathetic the town was, how stupid my family was for not hearing them break in. Then, in my 7-year-old stupidity, I gasped, and the intruders heard me. One of them looked up the stairwell and pointed his revolver at me. He asked what was wrong, if I was scared, and he laughed. I ran back to my room in a panic, and I locked the door. The men eventually fled, and thankfully, no one was harmed. When I woke the next morning, the Sonic plushie I left on the couch was gone. To this day, that event still terrifies me, and if I hadn't hidden my room for the remainder of the night, my life would have probably been cut short. This was the only time I've ever experienced a break-in. Hopefully, it stays that way. When I was 14-15, we moved to a new town hundreds of miles from our home in Los Angeles. The new town was a much older and a much smaller community. The people there were old-fashioned in the sense that they left their garage doors open at night. No one worried about security. However, my family comes from a place where people know better. One weekend, my parents went back to our old city to visit relatives. I was home alone. I was happy to be home alone with the freedom to do what I wanted. I had friends over. We ordered pizza while watching movies. Around 10 or 11, everyone left, and I was once again alone in a big 5-bedroom house. My room and the living room were upstairs, so I just stayed up there watching TV, and eventually, I started falling asleep on the sofa. At roughly 1 a.m., I suddenly woke up, almost in a panic, but I don't remember what woke me. I heard noises from downstairs and realized the TV was my only light source. Our living room light was off, even though I didn't remember turning it off. I jumped up and began turning on the lights when I heard footsteps walking across the tile floor downstairs. My dad kept a shotgun in the upstairs guest room. I knew how to use it, and he trusted me with it. Back in the day, that wasn't so bad. I grabbed the single-shot shotgun, and I loaded 1 shell, while 3 more went into my pocket. I walked down the dark stairs very slowly as I made my way to the light switch, the front room lamp, and the kitchen light. Then, I crossed the hallway to the other bedrooms, turning on every light as I passed. But I didn't see or hear anything unusual. I checked every room, including my parents' and their bathroom. I figured that's where a burglar would go for cash or jewelry. But when I didn't see any windows or doors open, I started thinking maybe I'd overreacted. I started heading back towards the stairway and sitting room, which is just what Mom called the entrance. It was off limits to us, but it's where guests would sit. Anyway, that room had the front door, the stairway, and the side door to the garage. When I checked, our front door was locked, but the door to the garage was unlocked. We didn't keep that one locked at all times, but something inside of me dreaded opening it. Still, it felt like I had no choice. Once opened, I nearly crapped my pants at the sight of a big garage door being open as well. It should have been impossible. I know for a fact my parents closed the door when they left. When I was cleaning my room, I took my dirty laundry to the garage. I would have noticed if it was open. Plus, when I said goodbye to my parents, I walked out with them. I would have definitely noticed the garage door being open at that point. Anyway, I turned on the garage lights and it was empty. So I hit the button to close the door. Then I locked the door from the garage to the house and returned upstairs where I spent the night awake with a loaded shotgun. The next day, I unloaded the shotgun and put it away before going outside to see if anyone could have forced the door open. There were no tool marks, but when looking through the garage, I noticed that someone had opened Dad's toolbox. I couldn't tell if anything was missing, but it seemed like someone rifled through its contents. I decided against telling my parents what happened, unless my dad noticed something missing from the garage, mostly because I didn't want him to blame me for leaving the door open when I clearly hadn't. I was also worried they wouldn't leave me home alone again. I wonder if the sound of the garage door opening is what shook me awake. Had I caught someone inside, I would have shot them. There's no question about it. I've recently moved into an apartment in the historic part of a medium-sized town. The atmosphere is great, everyone seems friendly, and I get to walk twice a day for about an hour. Even the dogs that, despite feel they need to bark at me, are pretty friendly. The only fly in the ointment is the guy who lives a little ways down from me, who may be a bit too friendly. Not long after I moved in, I started doing my walks, and I would notice the older man sitting out on his porch some evenings. I'd nod at him, he'd nod at me. We might exchange greetings, normal neighbor stuff. A few weeks into this routine, I'm walking back to my apartment, passing his house. He's out there again as usual, but this time calls out to me, stating how he always sees me walking. I respond that, yeah, I do it twice a day, and he invites me to come up and sit on his porch and talk. Now, Mama might have raised me to be polite, but she didn't raise no fool. So I politely declined and continued the short conversation from the grass in front of his house. After a few minutes, I excuse myself and walk back to my apartment. The next few days went on as routine, until one evening he's sitting on his porch, listening to somebody playing electric guitar on a radio. I mean, some really psychedelic stuff. He calls out to me, I stop, and he asks if I like the music. I said, yeah. In truth, it wasn't really my thing, but again, wanted to be polite. So he invites me to come sit up on his porch and listen to it. I again decline, stating I had somewhere to be, and he grouses jokingly that I need to stop making excuses. I again take my leave, feeling even more unnerved than previously. Several more weeks pass, and I'm walking by his house when he suddenly bellows, "Boy!" at me from his porch. I stop and turn to face him. I have a thing about people being too familiar with me. I hate being called bud or buddy, so automatically, I'm on edge. He asks why he hasn't seen me in the last few days. I explain that I've been walking at the same time every evening. And again, he invites me to come up and sit on his porch. I again decline. After several days of walking, I'm out one morning a couple of days ago, doing my normal rounds when I pass this guy in sunglasses and a hat mowing his lawn. I squeeze past him and the guy turns and demands to know why I didn't even stop to say hi. Surprise, it's my buddy. I state rightly that I didn't recognize him, and he suddenly changes the subject, asking what I do. I tell him I'm a writer. It's really more of a passion than a simple job, but it's the best answer I had. He says that he's wrote before, but probably never something as creative as I've done, which is mildly creepy considering I never told him I wrote fiction. He then says he wants to read some of my writing, says to bring it up to his porch one day, but helpfully tacking on that if he's not there, I should just knock because he's probably in the basement, where apparently his office is. Thoroughly creeped out by the fact that this dude is ticking all the red flags, I continue my walk. Several hours later, in the evening, I'm walking by his house when I see him come out of his house with his back to me. He hadn't seen me. He's fiddling with something on his porch. I slow down because I'm curious, and because somewhere in my brain, I guess I decided it would be rude not to say hi. He turns around after setting up the speaker again, telling me to come sit down and listen to music. Now I was meeting some friends a few minutes later and thusly declined, citing the fact that they were waiting on me. He immediately half-jokingly accused me of lying and says that I won't get anywhere in life by not telling the truth. Before then, inviting that I hadn't had anything to do all day, I argued that yes, I did. He finally drops the subject and lets me go. I'm walking away from him, and that's when I hear it, his screen door swinging shut. The man had gone out on his porch and set up the music, just to try to get me to go up there with him. That was the last time I went that way, the next morning changing my pattern entirely to avoid his house. This is where the I need advice portion is. In your humble opinions, am I blowing this out of proportion? Is this just some lonely, retired old man reaching out to the one person that he sees on a regular basis? Or is this somebody with a much darker agenda, trying to get me into a position where I'm easy to incapacitate, be dragged back into his house or office? Either way, I'm avoiding creepy guy because I'm not sure how I feel about someone who keeps trying to get me onto their porch. Craziest thing I've seen as a trucker would most definitely be the night I'd pulled into a gas station to fuel up. I'd also planned on just sleeping there for the night, but my sleeping arrangements would soon change for reasons you'll soon find out. It's late. I pulled in, gas up before reparking in the nearest spot, next to a few other trucks. Then I get on my flip-flops, gather my towel, soap, a couple of bucks from the dash, and I head in to take a shower. By the time I'm out, the parking lot is filled with police cars, lights, sirens, police dogs barking. There's a cop inside the station telling everyone to stay inside. I'm holding my shit like, what the fuck is happening? I'm pretty tall, and I can see directly out of the windows of the gas station. I notice that the majority of the action going on right now seems kind of close to where I'd parked. So I shuffle closer to the window. I'm able to see that it's the semi parked 2 spots down from mine that's getting all the attention. The truck has its driver's side door open, with a young man using it as a shield while he exchanges gunfire with the police, who are in turn also using their vehicles as shields and firing back. The whole time I was thinking, please don't shoot my truck. Please don't shoot my truck. And thank God, not a single scratch came to it that night. I can't say the same for the other guy and his truck. They lit them both up like a Christmas tree in that parking lot. I don't feel too bad, though. I watched as the cops released about 20 or so girls from his trailer while they continued to make us wait in the gas station. Ambulances showed up. The fire department was there for some reason, and it was wild to see. I went ahead and hit the road, ended up a few miles down at the next rest station. I had the luxury of parking away from the other semis. Another added bonus was no shootouts there. Did anyone's power just go out near Williston? Did you hear that sound? I'm using a mobile hotspot right now, hoping this message will send. It's 2:40 a.m. right now. It sounded like a deep, deep baritone opera had performed one long burst of a note in my living room. It lasted about 6 seconds before it ceased. My birds went absolutely crazy in their cages. I could feel my organs shake from the sound. Update. I just went outside and it looked like the neighbors down the road still have electricity. Porch lights are on anyways. I don't think anyone's home, or I'd walk down there and ask if they felt that. I called my husband Matt at work and left a message. He should be relieved from his position within an hour and bring the car home. We're sharing one car right now. I work from home, meaning I really need to get this power outage figured out. Or at least find out what happened so I could try to fix it. I've already checked the fuse box, but they all look fine. Update. Someone just knocked on my door close to 3 a.m. I'm kicking myself right now because I didn't check the peephole before opening the door. I thought it was going to be the neighbors stopping by to check in, but when I swung the door open, there was a woman that I'd never seen before standing on the porch. She said that she's from the power company and asked if she could come in. I asked for some sort of identification to show that she's actually from there, because she wasn't wearing anything with the company's name or logo on it, no clipboard in her hand, and she had on a black business coat with a black t-shirt. If she did work at the power company, she looked like she belonged in the HR department. When I asked for her ID, she tells me that it's in her truck. She'd be happy to grab it after she assesses the problem and sees what tools she needs for fixing it. I had to apologize, but insist. I put my foot in my mouth, though, because I followed it up by saying, "My husband's not home right now, so I'd feel safer knowing who's coming into my house." The woman tells me that she'll be right back, but hasn't yet. It's been around 10 minutes since I shut the door. I didn't see a work truck in the driveway. I actually didn't see any vehicles from my viewpoint, looking out the front door. That's not to say that she didn't park further down the road, past the house. It's just a little strange. After I shut the door, I quickly locked it and returned to my viewpoint in the peephole. She stood there for a bit too long for comfort. I think she knew that I was staring at her. Update. Hey, I hope you didn't think that I was dead. I'm sorry that it's taken so long for me to sit down and hash everything out, but I felt like since I involved everyone that night, you should get a follow-up as to what happened. From where I left off, I watched the woman finally turn and walk off the porch, and after a sigh of relief, I go upstairs where there's a larger window in one of the rooms. It faces out into the front yard. I wanted to see what direction she was heading when she left the property. However, I didn't see her when I got to the window. We have a large front yard stretching from our patio to the fence. There's no other way that she could have gone if she was trying to leave. There's also no way she could have traversed that distance in the amount of time it took me to go upstairs. Something felt wrong when I saw the empty yard, and then I realized our back door is probably still unlocked. I turned and sprinted down the stairs into the kitchen. But by the time I get there, the back door is wide open. The woman's already standing inside, no longer in heels. When I make a run for the front door, she's able to catch up to me while I scramble to unlock the front door. She's taller and admittedly more athletic than I am. My grip around the doorknob was the only thing not letting her pull me backwards onto the ground. Flashes of light started distorting my vision. By the fourth or fifth blow, I realized the large flashes of lightning were her hitting me in the head from behind with car keys in her knuckles. I let go of the doorknob to protect my head, and we both go backwards onto the living room floor carpet. She's on her back with me in a headlock. I'm on my back, on top of her. She starts to hit me again with her keys firmly between her fingers. That's when I can feel myself losing consciousness and think that this is my last couple of seconds on Earth. If I go out, I'm dead. I use the last of my energy desperately trying to pull her arm down. Each of her strikes would leave multiple puncture wounds on my shoulder, neck, and head. The ringing in my ears muted everything else. It felt like static crawled from the center of my lungs up to my cheeks and eyes. Then she releases me as I see another blurry figure come and stand above us. She pushes me off and gets up. I couldn't get up fast enough. I stayed on the ground trying to shake the fuzz from my brain as my vision stopped spinning and the ringing in my ears began to fade. I saw for the first time that it was Maddie who'd come into the kitchen and interrupted my attack. Matt's in the military and worked on the base. Matt's my husband. At first, I was shocked that he hadn't taken her down yet. Instead, he was screaming at her and pacing in circles. She's frantically screaming back at him. When my hearing is regained, I couldn't help but notice that she knew Matt's name, and he'd also known hers. My attacker's name was Sarah. Sarah and Matt had been having an affair on base. Sarah was a private first class under Matt. She'd come to my house that night believing I was the harlot in their relationship. Intent on sharing her pain of Matt's infidelities, Sarah would follow my car home one day, figure out where I lived. That night, she took heavy bolt cutters and started to cut through the wires outside my house until she heard the electric surge and the lights went off. Her and Matt would argue until I got back to my feet. I was overwhelmed by emotions. I'd never been in a fight before that night. I'd never been hit like that. I could feel the blood running down the back of my shirt, and I couldn't control myself. I went after Sarah, but Matt caught me before I could grab her. She then turned around and ran out the back door to wherever she'd come from. Cops would pick her up before noon the next day. I'd throw my wedding ring at Matt while sitting in the emergency room, waiting for stitches. He begged and apologized, but there was too much hurt inside and out to fix what we had. Every day I'll have to look at the scars that his unfaithfulness gave me. Soon after the date was set for Sarah's case, I was back to the courthouse to file for divorce from Matt. Both dates are still pending, but my lawyer says I don't have anything to worry about in either case. Update. If you've been with me through all of this, thank you for all of your support. I read your messages and they made me cry. Thank you. I hope this message finds you all well. There used to be a homeless man I'd always see on my way into work. I'm on the road near 5 a.m., and right off exiting the freeway, he'd be walking down the first crosswalk I'd get to. After the first few times of having to wait for this old man in his shopping cart to cross the road, he became a familiar staple in my mornings. He started to notice me too. I'm usually one of the only cars on the road that early. He'd start to wave, and I'd wave back. These encounters weren't intentional, and he never asked for money. I wouldn't see him literally every day, probably 3 or 4 days a week. Some days he'd be way past the crosswalk, and I'd give him a tiny honk so we could share our otherwise silent greeting. One morning, I was getting off the freeway, rolling through the crosswalk and heading towards work, and I noticed at the gas station a few hundred yards away, my guy, he's getting walloped by 2 other men. I quickly make a U-turn and start honking my horn as I pull into the station parking lot, hoping to scare off his attackers. It works. When I park, they run. I jump out and I help my guy off the ground. And by the time he's to his feet, the cops arrive and grab him out of my hands, slamming him back on the ground and pulling out their handcuffs. The worker at the gas station comes out front, explaining to the officers that the man they've got was the one who tried to stop the robbery. They tell her to go back inside, then ask how I'm associated with the man before directing me to return to my car. As I slowly back away towards my car, the homeless man starts screaming and fighting the cops when they put the handcuffs on him. He starts banging his head on the concrete. The thud of the strikes are so loud, it's nauseating to watch such little regard he had for his safety. 2 of the cops are wrestling with him, while another stands by his shopping cart. I'm still standing outside my car door, frozen, watching the scene unfolding in front of me. The officer by the shopping cart turns and scopes out the big blue tarp being utilized as an umbrella shell, wrapping the cart like a small parachute-looking lid. Seeing that it's going to be more work than it's worth to untie and unwrap this tarp from the shopping cart, the officer takes out a small tactical knife from his belt, cuts the bungee cord keeping the tarp down. The cord snaps with the release of pressure, and the tarp is ripped to the ground. It reveals a decomposing body. This is a sight I'll never be able to unsee. I wish I would have listened to the cops and just drove away. They obviously knew who they had when they saw him. It gives me the willies to think that there was a dead body in that cart every time he'd pass my car. My therapist gave me a list of suggestions for how to cope with my recent trauma. The least painful recommendations included sharing my stories with a support group and journaling. So it seemed like Reddit was a good place to kill two birds with one stone. A few weeks ago, I almost died. It wasn't an accident or a random attack. It was a planned attack to end my life. For context, I'm a 27-year-old female who lives alone in a quiet suburban neighborhood. And my parents were killed by drunk drivers last year. Neither of them had siblings, and all of my grandparents have already passed away. So my brother is the only family that I have left in the world. I'm also an asexual lesbian, which means normal relationships are pretty much off the table. It probably sounds easier to find a female partner with no interest in sex than it would be to find a male, but it's really not. I won't dive into all the heartache this issue has caused me over the years. I'll just say that sometimes the loneliness is unbearable. Being an introvert who wants nothing to do with society isn't the same thing as wanting to spend your life completely alone. It's just hard to find someone who shares the same sentiments. In fact, dating apps with brutally honest profiles are just about the only hope, and that's how all of this started. You're probably thinking I met a crazy chick who tried to kill me. It's far more complicated than that. I decided to try Bumble because it has a feature that requires the women to initiate contact, which eliminates a lot of creepy interactions. Within the first few days of using it, I started talking to a woman named Beth. She was 2 years younger than myself, introverted, and asexual. In other words, she already seemed too good to be true. I have trust issues in general, but the more we talked, the more it seemed like we were destined to find each other. Sometimes it felt like we had everything in common. If she hadn't said most of her interests first, I wouldn't have believed her. Over the next 4 weeks, we talked more and more, until the hours spent working and sleeping were the only times we weren't in contact. I wanted to graduate to FaceTime or at least phone calls, but Beth always shot the idea down. She had a list of insecure complexes. And since I have a hefty list of my own insecurities, I chose not to pressure her. The only thing I really cared about at that point was meeting her in person. We lived an hour apart. Neither of us wanted to add the stress of being in public on top of the stress that comes with a first date. Unfortunately, women are just as vulnerable to gender bias as men. Simply because I believed she was a woman, I felt completely safe agreeing to make a drive to her home. I worried that she might not look exactly like her picture, but I never even considered her entire profile might be a catfish. Her address took me through the city and out the other side to a rural area with several acres of land between each house. The GPS led me straight down a long driveway to an older home hidden away by tall trees and bushes. Once parked, I texted Beth to let her know I was there, and she immediately replied, "I ran to the store for a bottle of wine, but the door's unlocked. Make yourself at home. I'll be right back." I didn't like that. There's always that twinge of paranoia when you're at the wrong place when visiting a new home for the first time. I thought about staying outside, but I'll admit, curiosity got the better of me. I opened the door and began to stick my head inside when I was blasted with the musty, rotten smell of a moldy house, one that had been vacant for years. It reeked of urine, like the former owners kept several pets, but there was also the smell of something rotten, like something had crawled into the walls and died. My first thought was that I came to the wrong house after all, that Beth must have typed the wrong numbers or backwards or something. As I reached to pull out my phone, I caught a glimpse of movement through the crack in the door. The side with the hinges. It was truly a miracle I managed not to scream, but I could just make out someone's eye staring at me through the crack. They were hiding behind the door, waiting to grab me when I stepped inside, and I'd been so close to doing just that. The person didn't make any moves to indicate that they were aware of being spotted, so I proceeded to take out my phone as if checking the time. I needed to get out of there. But I was afraid of being chased if they thought that I was leaving. Instead, I went to the door once more, but stopped at the last second saying, "Shoot, forgot my drink." Then, as casually as possible, I walked back to my car, locked myself inside, and punched the gas. I had to turn around before I could go, and as I put the car into drive, I saw a man charging at me with a baseball bat. He was only a few feet away. When I finally got pointed in the right direction, he had time to shatter one of my taillights as I sped away. But I call that an extremely small price to pay, considering what could have happened out there. I drove straight to the police station and told them everything. I showed them all of my messages from Beth, along with the busted taillight, and they opened an investigation. The whole time I assumed the man who tried to kill me was just some deranged serial killer that I was unfortunate enough to cross paths with, but that wasn't the case. Police arrested the man who attacked me a few days later. He was hiding in the same area, just a different empty house, probably one with a better smell. When they ran his prints and DNA, there were several matches for unsolved murder cases all over the country. They had enough on him to warrant seeking the death penalty, so he was eager to make a deal. As it turns out, he was a hitman. My brother created Beth's profile, cultivated a relationship with me, and hired a hitman so he could have my half of the inheritance. According to him, it's all wasted with me because I'll never do anything with my life. And maybe he's not wrong, but that doesn't give him the right to kill me. One time, my boyfriend and I went camping on a secluded part of the Oregon coast. We made a tent kind of hidden in the dunes. He'd carve our initials onto a log that we used as a bench under our tarp roof. I'd cooked a little dinner and brought it with us so that we could eat it later that night. The setting was perfect. We'd met only a few months prior, and he lived in Seahorse Beach. That night, we'd eat homemade lasagna under the glow of a flashlight taped to a stick. I crawl out from behind the triangle tent, and the beach is empty, and it's a starry sky. The moon's glow is enough to clearly see for a distance. Closer to 2 a.m, he and I have zipped our sleeping bags together and are snuggled up for warmth. He's asleep, but I'm still trying to find a comfortable position in the sand. That's when I think I hear a sound beginning to separate itself from the crashing waves. A car is driving our way on the beach. I wake my boyfriend up, and he quickly gathers as much as he can, just before he and I dive down behind a further set of dunes away from our fort. The car slows and stops near our dune. I think it's a park ranger. We hear a car door open and close, and a pair of feet begin shuffling through the sand up to us. Then the sound of a lighter gets flicked, and the tarp that we were using as shelter engulfs in flames. The person runs back to their car. We hear it turn around and drive the other direction. Just a random act of violence. All of our stuff, the tarp, our sleeping bags. They were burnt. We never found out who would have done that. We're lucky that I was awake, or we'd both be toast by now. People are gross. When our kids were first born, my partner Aaron and I stopped camping altogether, which was something we loved to do as seasoned backpackers. Camping and backpacking specifically was how we met over 14 years ago. Well, once the kids got older, about 4 and 6, we decided to reintroduce camping into our lives. Of course, our style had to be adjusted a bit. We'd have to account for tiny humans with less stamina and climbing experience. Not to mention, we weren't exactly in our beach body phase. Instead of off the beaten path, we opted for something more family-oriented, KOA. Growing up, I'd been to a few KOAs, all of them nice from what I could remember. As a kid, I remember lots of other kids being there. A place to play games inside, outside. It had a very homey feel versus middle of nowhere. And that was going to be perfect for our first little trip as a family. This particular KOA was set out in eastern Washington. Absolutely beautiful. We'd initially wanted to visit Leavenworth, but due to the size of our party and our lack of planning, we ended up in a spot that wasn't our first choice, but we felt pretty darn happy with the location. We managed to get a cabin close to the Yakima River, making the spot several degrees cooler than the cabins set away from the water. We'd brought our own portable fencing to help wrangle the kids in a general area, but upon arrival, we realized that there were plenty of obstacles and fences, even man-made barriers. Still, Aaron decided to set up the portable fence anyway, specifically around the cabin, blocking the stairs. The campground was truly nice. We had a good time socializing with other families, and our kids made friends with their kids. It was a good time. In retrospect, there was someone who rubbed us the wrong way, if you will. But in such a setting, it's easy to dismiss these things as a misunderstanding. A man, probably in his 20s. My partner and I were in our mid-30s at the time, and he looked clearly younger than us. He had a puppy. That wasn't the part that rubbed us the wrong way. It was when he brought the puppy over to our family area. He didn't walk up to the cabin or anything, but he seemed to hang around it. Naturally, when my partner approached him, my kids flew over there to see the puppy. They know better than to touch without asking, so they asked if they could pet the doggy. And instead of just saying yes, he said, "Yes, but you have to tell the puppy your name." Seems innocent enough. The kids tell the puppy their name, pet the puppy, and eventually he moves on. He didn't exactly acknowledge us adults, but he didn't linger too long, so I wish I could say my mother's intuition kicked in early, but it didn't. After a day of playing in the sun, I was ready to crash. After sharing some burgers with a family camping near us, I went to the cabin and passed out right after sunset. The next time I opened my eyes, it was full dark outside. My little ones were squeezed between the two of us on a suddenly uncomfortable queen mattress. We'd set the kids up at their own bed in the living room area, but clearly my partner had a change of plans or lost the nighttime battle. I wasn't sure if it was from passing out early or being in a now claustrophobic bed, but something woke me up. I laid there debating if I was going to go steal the kids' bed or just try to fall back asleep. And I heard something. It was both familiar, yet I knew I shouldn't be hearing it. The gate. That portable metal gate my partner insisted on putting up was being moved carefully. The thing is, with that thing, it's impossible to be silent. It became clear to me before I even got out of bed. Someone had essentially breached the makeshift barrier to the cabin. The next step was the front door, which I had no idea if it was locked or not. Quietly, I inch out of bed, sliding onto the floor. Now I have a view of the front door. Not good enough to see if it's locked. It's so dark. I grab my cell phone just in case. As I do, the door handle makes the classic jiggle sound one makes when attempting to open a locked door. This caused my palms to get sweaty. My hearing is going weird. I'm officially freaking out, but I stay still. From the bedroom doorway, I can see the whole main living room area. To my left, I saw the silhouette outline of a man peering through the side window. They couldn't see me, but seeing him was all I needed to wake my partner. I crawled back towards the bed, shook Aaron, and thank goodness this room only had one small window in the bathroom, so I knew no one could see us. Aaron wakes up and without hesitation walks into the living room area, where the guy is still peering in. Instead of opening the front door and confronting this person, Aaron walks right up to the window. Now, apparently this person can see inside because I watch the silhouette back away quickly. Now, Aaron's already got shoes on, making a beeline to the front door of the cabin, yelling back to me to call KOA security. Quickly, I find the number we'd saved when we arrived. I call and explain the situation. They just don't seem that concerned, but they do say they're going to send someone. I hear Aaron exchanging words outside, but I'm hesitant to approach the scene myself, so I stay inside and watch from the side window. Aaron has the guy completely face first on the ground. I'm impressed and scared. Then I realize Aaron's talking to me, telling me to turn the porch light on. Switch by the door, he's saying. I rush to get the light. Aaron's still calling for me, so I rush outside. I see the man on the ground is the man from earlier, the one with the puppy. Aaron is very sternly asking the man to tell him what the fuck he was doing looking through the windows. The man doesn't answer, but he's clutching his bag to his chest. Aaron is attempting to grab it from him while continuing to ask what the fuck he was doing. Then he's asking me if I called security. I tell him yes, but the man, he's still not saying a word. Security shows up, and the man starts piping up about how he lost his dog. He's just looking for it. He tells them he's sure it's around here because the kids were playing with it all day. This back and forth goes on for a while. I'll spare you the details mainly because I don't recall all the lies exchanged, and I was half in and half out checking on the kids every 2 seconds for whatever reason. The end result was he wasn't arrested, since there was no police and apparently no crime. He was also barely questioned by security. They seemed to have more questions for us. At a certain point, I told security I think that maybe we should call the authorities because the guy is lying about so much stuff. I tell them I think he was trying to break in, and they tell me, but he didn't, and there's no evidence to suggest a crime, which was incredibly frustrating. Aaron even asked the security officer to check the man's bag. He refused, saying the man had done nothing wrong. So after too much time, the guy is eventually let go from security. He has his camping pass and blah blah, but Aaron watches and then follows the man to ensure that he returns to where he came from, which happens to be nowhere near our own cabin. He watches the man open his truck and take out the puppy. The man turns, holding the puppy, and waves at Aaron with a disgusting smile. This sends Aaron into a frustrated rage. Helpless, he takes down the guy's license plate in his phone. He calls the local non-emergency line to report as what he described as a sicko. They also asked several questions, to which Aaron answered, and by the end, they said there was nothing they could do at the time. No crime had been committed, as they put it, but they would take the information. Sleeping that night was out of the question, as needless to say, the whole thing left a shitty taste in our mouth. We both felt like there was nothing we could do except for leave, but we didn't want to wake the kids or do anything to scare them. Besides, we were awake now. No one was getting in. As we packed to leave in the morning, we were floored to see that the man hadn't left yet. He even had the gall to walk over to our area and tell us that he found his puppy. which naturally got the kids interested. And they wanted to see the puppy again, and naturally, we had to be terrible parents, saying no to the cute puppy. Aaron kindly asked the guy to leave. I'm sure some whispering was exchanged, but the guy walked away. Before leaving, and feeling rather helpless in the situation, we sort of made it our mission to warn those around us about the man. We filed an official complaint with the front office, not against them, but we wanted his information on file, best we could. And if nothing else, I think those staff members personally heard what we were saying. We figured that they'd spend their shift on edge, which is what we wanted. This guy was just looking for an opportunity, preying on people in a place where they may let their guard down, maybe forget to lock a door, or be wary of a stranger before it's too late. For the record, we've stayed at KOAs since this experience. I really don't fault them for their part. This type of thing could happen anywhere, and honestly, their security might have saved us. Which is why now we make sure to travel with some security of our own, or only camp at places where we have the luxury of a locked door. I really hope that guy is locked up somewhere, but just be vigilant out there, because you really never know.